All right. Good morning, or whatever, wherever you're at. I have been doing PowerShell all morning, and I thought, oh, might as well just stream. So I'm doing some work on my profile. Where the fluff is that? Here. So I keep my afternoon. Yeah, I keep my profile in a repository called dotfiles. I explained this the other day. Yesterday, my first thing I worked on was this rcode function, but I was hoping to add. I'll just tweak it a little bit, but I wanted to add a specific script to my module, which is the WinFetch script. I can show off that in a sec. There we go. Okay. So what WinFetch, it's a like a PowerShell version of NeoFetch. It lets you, well, I don't have the alias set up, but you would just type WinFetch and poof, you get this very quick like system information, which is pretty nice. And it's because it's so quick, it's fun to add to your profile. As soon as you launch PowerShell, you would get all this information. So I'm trying to add that to my profile, but it's not available as a module. It's only available as a script. And so the way that works is the same way you get like you install module from a remote repository. You can actually install scripts from a remote repository, like one file scripts, as long as they're in there. And so there is a PowerShell gallery repository for just single script files. And I've already installed it. So this is the WinFetch repo. If we come over to the wiki, it explains. Where does it explain? Installation from the PowerShell gallery. So you can see here, it's this funky script, and then you would just set an alias. I'm assuming WinFetch was already taken in the script repo, but oh, it's temporary. It will be updated to this. So the script name. I leverage the PSDepend module in my profile. So when you install my profile, this is just how I do it. Anyone can do this also, but it's really just for me. I've got a check in the install to see, is PSDepend installed? If not, I have to manually install the PSDepend module. And this is the only one that I have to install this way. Because once you have PSDepend, you get this invoke PSDepend, and you can give it a requirements file like this. And then, oh, look at all these modules that PSDepend will install for me. I don't have to have logic to install these myself. So it will go through, and I've said, you know, the scope I want it to install these in is the current user, just because I don't want to run into any admin issues. The repo is PowerShell Gallery, and all of these get installed. But these are modules. I'm trying to figure out if this supports installing scripts instead of modules, but I may have to just write that gross logic in here to install the script if it's not installed. There's a way to check if it's installed. You can do same way you do get module or get installed module. This shows you all the modules you've installed. You can also see get installed script. So I can test for, I might have to write it this way instead of using PSDepend, just because I've been digging through the documentation all morning, and I'm not finding anything anywhere where they support scripts. They just don't yet, as far as I can tell. So I will just have to write that here. So I think I only want this on Windows, right? Not that. I was looking in here. Yeah, only supported on Windows. So I only want to install it if we're on Windows. This checks, but I'd get an error every time. My profile loaded in a Linux, on a Linux box. So I don't even want to install it if it's Linux. Where am I going? Back here. So let me grab their logic for that. Where am I going? Right here. Yeah. Yeah, this would do both. If we're on Windows, then I want to is installed equals get. Get installed script. What was that called? Again, this is the temp name, but I'll just have to update this when they update it. Okay. If it's not installed, and then in my profile, am I setting aliases somewhere? I need to organize this. It's just one giant file. I could put it down there. Where did that go? Looks like I've already got a check. But just for this variable, if I'm on Windows, I should be able to run this. But since I've already got this logic, I could just sneak it in here. If set alias. That's all I want. Save. Launch a new puppy. What? Yeah, didn't I save that? What did I break? I'm confused. This was just installed. And I was using it. Oh, I think my alias is backwards. That's pretty stupid. Okay. Oh no, it wasn't backwards. Hang on. Oh yeah, it is. The name of the alias is WinFetch, and the value is cannot remember. It's early. There we go. What the fluff? That was weird. Okay, so this is what it will do. And now, if not Linux, the alias is just for if I want to run that in the future, but really, I could just call this in my profile and it would load it. Yeah, it's pretty quick. Cool. So I've got that, and that's in my install now. Wow. Okay. I had to change the install file, the profile, and I probably just, I think I added this PSIISHelper here, which is why there's a change to requirements. I thought you could see. Yeah, so that's the only difference. So I added PSIISHelper, admin toolkit. And then the script is handled somewhere else. Okay. Cool. There. Windows 11 square one. I don't know what these colors are for. I kind of want to get rid of them. That's cool. I don't understand what these colors are for at the bottom. Yeah, I don't want that. But I just don't understand what they're for. No image. That's not what I want. Config file. Where does that live? There is a default. Got it. Oh, it shows me. Oh, cool. I could add this to the profile then too. Wow, it didn't open it up. Oh, it's not .config. Why won't it? I don't understand why it won't. I should be able to use nano. Okay, yeah, let's just pop this puppy open. Do I have to uncomment these? Yeah. I think it's got defaults, so logo, blink. I'll just turn on this. I don't see a color bar. I didn't even see that in the docs up here. In the file, go down, configure. Oh, this file keeps going. I stopped scrolling. There it is. Cool. One thing it shows is, cool. That's what then I have to, I'm going to push this to my .files. One thing is host. I don't know what this is supposed to be showing. Title, dashes, OS, computer. This is supposed to be what, my computer name? But that's not right. It shows my computer name right here. Doofus, yeah, keep scrolling. All right, this is cool. And I could reorder these, I guess it looks like. Yeah, I got both of my drives. I don't care about packages. That's gone. Uptime is cool. I don't get. Base config, default config. All right, then I'll just toss it then. Let's see if this gets rid of it. Yeah, I don't care for it to show that. So it's got my computer name here. Cool. What else can I turn on quick? I don't care about packages. This will slow things down. Weather. That's a pretty quick API. Oh, never mind. That's where I live. I don't want that. Too slow. I guess that's okay. All right, so now I've got to point it to I've got to save this. OneDrive. Where's my OneDrive? Oh, right here. Dotfiles, config. WinFetch. But, okay, hang on. If I add a folder into my dot files, it's going to try to invoke a nested install. Oh, well then I can in my PowerShell install, I guess I don't even need this. I would just move that over to the WinFetch install. That way it doesn't break. New file. It's as simple as that. And then I've still got the profile check. But instead of this, I can point this to a config file, right? Config path, because it's not in the default path anymore. I need that gets me .config. So I want to join .config with WinFetch. Here's my problem with join path. In Windows PowerShell, join path has a maximum of 2 arguments that you can give it. Let me prove this. Path, child path. Yeah, so it only has 2 paths. In PowerShell, you get path, child path, and then additional child path. And this takes an array of paths. So, for example, I can multiple. This gets mapped to path, this gets mapped to child path, and the rest get dumped into additional child path. And this just handles it. But in PowerShell, it can only take a maximum of 2. You see, as soon as it gets to A, it freaks out. So, I don't like using join path because I want this to work in Windows PowerShell. So I usually default to system.io.path and call the combine method. Comma, and then like this. This works everywhere. And it just takes an array of paths. System.io path. Well, works in both. So yeah. So that's why I like to use that. So this gets me from where this profile is, which will always be, you know, inside of the PowerShell folder. I need to back up one folder to .config, reach into WinFetch, grab config here. So that's what it was called, right? Config path is going to be, yep, WinFetch path. So that means I can come back I can just delete this because I'm giving it a path. Save everything. There we go. And that will get installed when you just run the generic. If you clone this, which is what I would do on a new system, I run one single install and then poof. This loops through all these folders, which are now PowerShell, WinFetch, and it runs the nested install file. So cool, that would work. Why is that here? What other cool stuff can we add? Oh, I've already got this logic built in. See, this is not organized at all. Here we go. Oh, I'm kind of stupid. This should just be is Windows. Cool. Config path. What else to add? Well, I kind of want to fix one thing. When I load PowerShell, I mean Windows PowerShell, this PS readline garbage fails. Oh, different error. Oh, it's because I moved my. Okay. Current user all hosts. So this is the Windows PowerShell profile. I moved my stuff into OneDrive instead of local. All my PowerShell stuff, my profile stuff. So I bet if I save this, now I'll actually get the PS readline error. Oh gosh, yeah. Posh git. I'm gonna try something. Oops. Needed to be an admin. All right, this is super small. I rarely need to use Windows PowerShell, and I've just always seen some weird errors, and so I'd love for this profile to work. If people are going to use it on Windows PowerShell also. So let's do this and see what errors are left and get this working for both. But yeah, this is what it would do. It goes through and just installs everything and all the modules and sets everything up for me on a new machine. So this is taking a while. What are we installing? I skipped the modules. I mean, I skipped the Git repos. Is it installing all the fonts? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I installed fonts. Using variable. That wasn't me. Wait, is this me? Install my fonts. I'm using a using variable in here. Gross. Why? Shouldn't be there. Fixed. Okay, what else did this yell about? No match was found. Just open another one and see what's going on. Okay, cool. I've got fonts. I've got my theme. Yeah, this is the error, this PS readline. I'm wondering if the version of PS readline that's the maximum for Windows PowerShell doesn't have the... Yeah, so this parameter, the list view, that's what gives me the stacked, like these, the stacked suggestions of what to type next. So maybe I need to say, in my profile, this is the only one it doesn't like. So maybe I just need to say if major is greater than or equal to 6, then run that command. Cool, no error. And I mean, I'm still technically getting a suggestion, which is fine, but at least in Windows PowerShell now there's no error. Cool. Cool. I don't use Windows PowerShell often, ever. Well, really my only use to open up Windows PowerShell is to update PowerShell. I've got a function, update PowerShell. I can install the preview if I want. If I'm an admin, I can have it install magically in the background, takes all the defaults. But if I run this from PowerShell, bad things happen. I blue screened the other day because the install ran from PowerShell, and then the install needed to close PowerShell to do its thing, and so the installer closed PowerShell, which closed the installer, and then I blue screened. So that was fun. So I guess maybe update PowerShell I probably need to test that this is not running from PowerShell. That might be something that we can do. R code admin toolkit. Isn't that a fun little function? Okay, cancel. Oh, I added a new line. Okay. Cool. All right, now let's go work on admin toolkit. Yeah, this, I'm going to need to say this requires Windows PowerShell. So, then here I'm going to want an error. Maybe a warning. Warning would be more appropriate. No, not command origin. Isn't this a thing? I need to look at something. Oh, my command. I like that. This is some code that I think Jeff Hicks posted on launching Linux commands inside of PowerShell. So I use it for running Nano, which is fantastic. I love Nano. It was weird that it wasn't working earlier to edit that command, but in PowerShell in Windows, I want to just type Nano file and edit in my PowerShell window. So Jeff Hicks shared this way of basically you launch Nano from a Windows subsystem for Linux command, and that takes a fancy type of path. And so he writes this: if I give it a Windows path, give it the full WSL version of that path to that file on my C drive, and then invoke the WSL to invoke Nano with that path, and then inside of PowerShell why isn't this working? I'll have to figure out why that's not working. Maybe this doesn't have Nano installed. Ooh, that's not what I want. Nano not found. Is it Yum? Why don't I have Nano installed? This is a rabbit hole. What was I working on? Oh, I wanted to grab this. Jeez. I also think it would be good to include these. Nope, not this one. Just an additional warning if they specified quiet. Yeah, Ubuntu, but if I just invoke, hang on. I need to finish this before I respond. I'm never gonna get this written. You specified quiet. Ensure you launch there. Just an extra warning. Let me relaunch Windows PowerShell. Oh, no, I need to do this from PowerShell, though. No. There. Am I calling this wrong? Oh, it's PS version. Oh my gosh. There. Okay. Not compatible. And if I specify quiet, I get the extra warning. Okay, back into the rabbit hole. So you said Ubuntu is apt. Yeah, so I thought you could use WSL without having to have a distro installed, but that might not be true. Because I have Ubuntu installed, I think when I run my WSL commands, it defaults to Ubuntu because that's the one that I have installed. So I guess that means I need to crack open Ubuntu and install Nano. Yeah, Nano exists in Ubuntu. So why won't it work from WSL? Oh, okay. So there's some built-in WSL distro that you get. I've installed the full-blown Ubuntu, but doesn't work. There's got to be a way to install something inside of WSL. Maybe I haven't set this yet. Back in the rabbit hole. Okay, so what's going on here? WSL exec. If there's a path, command, and then we add the path to the end. So really what's going on here is WSL, exec, nano, and then, well, I'd have to give it the full converted path, but. Docker desktop root. Maybe my path conversion isn't working on this system. Yeah, because this starts with mount. But here I have this extra fluff. So why is that? Let me add. Let me just add that quick. No, that didn't work. Oh. Well, hence the doofus. Thank you. All right. Well, let's try that one more time. Nothing. Just mess around. Oh, Ubuntu's not my default. How do I change my default? It's defaulting to some Docker container. List all. Set default. Okay. There we go. Ha! Maybe let me do this. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Wrong thing. Oh, now I've got to undo this. That's what it yelled about. There we go. Nano, yay. blah, blah, blah. That is cool. You can Control Z. Oh, great. Whoops. Oh, I didn't reload the profile for that one. Oh, great. I need to delete the swap file. That wasn't what I wanted. There we go. Oh, you can zoom in and explore. That is cool. This. There we go. Cool. All right, fix nano. Sweet. I guess it was not an issue with the profile. So, oh, before the pre-rabbit hole, I like how Jeff in the snippet, in his verbose messages, includes the calling command, because you never know when this function might change or this, or at least you have a default for what you're writing all over the place. So I'm trying to start using this in my verbose messages or warnings or whatever. My invocation, my command, and then that slaps the command name in there. No. Oh, that's because I haven't, we haven't actually finished or published this. So now that this works, let me run that in actual PowerShell. There we go. Cool. CD and import module. Yeah. Okay. So it still works. Quiet should, I think, fail. I don't have a good way of checking that right now. Yeah, I just add quiet, and I think this fails eventually. It might be nice if I check it on the spot. And that logic was where? Okay, I need to say if they specify quiet, if is admin, if they specify quiet, but they're not running as admin. You must be running. I'll just write a warning and install without it. Because if they're not an admin, quiet option never gets set. There's nothing here, so it will just run without it. So. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, let's save that. Add some fluff to the change log for the next version. Oh. That's all we've changed so far, right? Require Windows Power or anything non-PowerShell. So Windows PowerShell, basically. And we added an admin check for quiet. Yeah. So I'm just adding that to the change log, but until I actually commit the next version here, this isn't going to get published or anything like that to the PowerShell gallery. Yep, we're Gucci. All right. So now what? That's cool that you can control scroll and it will toggle the views. I did not know that in Windows Explorer. That's pretty cool. Let's switch up the music a little bit. Darn, I've been waiting for Windows 11 to show up in my downloads, but not there yet. I don't want to go the ISO route either. I kind of want to just let Windows Update take care of it. Could probably load from an ISO, but I just don't want to. Okay, so we figured that out. I changed this earlier. We did the wind fetch. Stuff. PSDepend. Can't do scripts, but I figured out a way around that. I'm just doing it myself. Yeah, dependency type. PowerShell Gallery module. So it looks like these are the dependency types that you can specify. And so if you specify a name and say it's a PowerShell Gallery module, this is the logic for checking and pulling that from the PowerShell Gallery. You can specify a GitHub repository or an NPM package or a Chocolatey package. I think probably a script needs to be made to handle PSGallery script. That would be a cool feature to add to this. It would be the exact same logic as this, for the most part. You know what? Why don't we look at that? How many PRs are there? Yeah, I could fork this and work on it. Any objections to making this a feature? I don't know what else to work on right now. Okay, all right, we've got a fork. Let's work on it. Well, whoops. There we go. Okay, that was in scripts. I just want to look at and compare the parameters. So we've got name, minimum, maximum, required version, repo. Oh, module takes a credential. Oh, this does too. It's just in a different order. So we've got scope. Why isn't this listing scope? That's weird to me. It's not listed here in the help. Let's see what I'm missing. How's everybody doing, by the way? I think I might stream all day. It depends on how much I find to do today. So, love some input and interaction with you. Thanks, Noel, for chiming in with the typo and everything. But yeah, love to chat. Let's hang out and do PowerShell all day. That's the plan. So. Okay, failed for PS read line. That's okay. So I'm actually not working today, for the record. So I'm free to justifiably stream all day because I'm not actually working today. Gotcha. All right, let's check out. There it is. Scope. All right, they still look a little different, but okay. Name, minimum version, maximum version, required version, repository. This has credential listed down here. Scope. No path update. That's one that module does not have. But we've got proxy, proxy credential. We already found credential. Okay, I'll answer. Let me know when you're back. I'll talk about coffee when you're back. No. Okay, so we're missing no path update. We're missing allow clobber, which makes sense. And skip publishers check. That's 3. We have force, pre-release, accept license, pass through, common, blah, blah, blah. So those 3, we would just need to remove that logic from if we made a clone of this. What am I doing? New file. This is literally just going to be hang on. Okay, I don't think this is important. Okay. So we've got module copied. This is going to be almost exactly the same. Darn it. There we go. Except for no allow clobber. Skip publishers check. we need to add, what was the other one? Path, no path update. That's when we have to add. Oops. Caps lock. Okay. No description. Great. Sure. Sure, why not? Sure. Copilot, just write it all for me. So that's the documentation. I then need to actually change the parameters here. That's interesting. These are bools, not switches. That is just interesting to me. I've always defined a switch, and then you have to say parameter dot is present. But it looks like, oh, contains key. So pick your poison, I guess. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look at this. Because we're removing both of these anyway. Okay. One thing at a time. So I'm going to keep the format of what they're doing. No path update. I assume that means, so when I installed this, gosh, wrong key. When I installed that script, it added this to my path. Yeah, so it installs the script and just gives me the command. I assume I could specify do not, and it will not. But wouldn't this be just a big wrapper around? Yeah, they load up everything. Params. Interesting. Okay, that's a change. See, it's not okay. I'm gonna have to, yeah, we're gonna change some stuff because this logic would be there is no get script. There's only get installed script. So get installed script. There is no list available. If existing. Thanks, Brandon. You did such a great job here. Check for the version. Find module. Yeah, this would be find script, I think. Yeah, find script. There we go. So just stuff to change. This really, all this logic is going to be about the same. Okay, it exists. Those are all fine. Check for the version. Compare versions. Install. Okay. We do have a scope for. We do have a scope. Yep. So this is the actual install script that we would have to change. So we're going to have to make. Oh, no, we don't. We don't have to make any logic for it. If we specify no path, that's just a parameter that we have to forward. Like this. If it contains pre-release, add it to the parameters. There's no weird stuff to do. Install module. New item, save module. Is there a save script? Yep. Okay. So this seems fairly straightforward. The only thing so far that I don't understand is this. But we'll get to that, I guess. Scope dependency target. Okay, cool. All right, let's get to work. So we're adding this. We removed 2 of them. No allow clobber. And no skip publishers check. So this is all good. Valid repo. And no path update. I see. Yeah. So normally here I'd have to say no path update dot is present. And that would be true or false if it was a switch. I might have to start seeing what other differences there are between making a parameter a bool or a switch. Because that's interesting. I've never seen that before. So okay, verbose force. We don't have those anyway. Okay. Available parameters. Cool. All right, I gotta find that function real quick. The heck is this for? Okay, I'm gonna have to then also clone. I don't understand this. Let me open up. I don't have depends listed. There's some examples here. Okay. Dependency type. There's no dependencies there. Okay, so they're making dependencies. This depends on AZ copy download, which is this. And this depends on Posh SSH. Okay. So dependency action. What are we doing here? Dependency is okay, dependency name, if not name. This is just a quirk, so at the end of the day, we have name. Why is this indented? That's just weird to me. Okay, get PS repository, that checks that. Checking parameters. Module path if required. Okay. So if there are dependencies, yeah, so this is weird. He runs this command, I don't know, he or she. They run this command whether there's dependencies or not. And so right here, if there's no path or there's no dependency, they just quit. They just return. This function does nothing. So, okay. Now they're checking. Okay, so if there's a dependency and they've provided the scope that they care about, it's going to check that scope location to see if the module is already there. And so here, if the module is in either of those scopes, do nothing. Action. PSDepend action, which is either install or save or test or import. Okay. So if it's install or import, okay, if action, weird. Just weird test logic. Okay, if action contains install and it's not in the whatever scope path we figured out which scope it was. Well, it gives it the path. Wait. Where does path come from? Dependency.target. And that's what we did up here. Dependency.target. Scope. That's the scope. Path. So this is like all users or current user. No. Proxy for scope. Oh, okay. Dependency is the name given. In the example, depends on name of module. This is a file download, but it should still make a folder there inside of scope. We'll target, I guess. There's no scope listed for these. Dependency name. Dependency name equals name. Version equals dependency version. If it's not provided, it's latest. If not, dependency.target. Okay, maybe I need to look at it's a dependency. What is that in of? Where does that get loaded? This defines dependencies. Script is the script to run. These are stored in dependency scripts. Yep. Supports. Okay. In some cases, it may be beneficial to include aliases. Okay, so I would need to be adding here also. Let me just... Script. Yeah, this would be all of them. Okay. But that's not what this... Where does this... Oh, I guess it's just the type name. There's no like class object defining this. Okay, well that was useless. No, this is generic. Isn't this fun? Are we having fun, you guys? Map dependencies types to scripts that run them. Okay. I did that. That was in here. We point it to the right script. So it exists. PSGallery script. PS repository. What am I even stuck on right now? This. I don't think I need to do this at all. Because this is a module dependency. But the folders are the same. It's just... I think I need to come back into... I'm still confused where path comes from. Because the target, if not all users, if there is none, it defaults to all users. Otherwise, scope equals dependency.target. Yeah, so current user. Oh wow, it's starting to snow. Yay. Oh gosh. Oh great. All right. So the target is the name of the dependency. So a name of module, or in this case, a name of a script. And so if there's a dependency, we then have to figure out what the scope is. Dependency is the whole object. Let me put these up side by side. That might help me. So here we have dependency. So path is just the name of the dependency. So where are we doing test path? It's literally the name of a folder. How does this run somewhere? Where is the context right now? That's what I'm confused about. Path would be name of script. In our case, it's the name of a file. Get out of here. I get stuck in Vim. I have to Google how to close it every time. I just prefer Nano. I like Nano a lot. It's just more intuitive. It just feels more like Notepad. I know there's crazy stuff you can do with Vim. There's like macros you can configure and stuff. Just simple text editor. If I need to do something fancy, I'll open up in VS Code or something. But yeah, I prefer Nano, but you do you, man. Oh, you're back. So coffee, I just have a French vanilla dark roast something. I haven't really found like a brand that I'm in love with, like Black Rifle or there's some good ones, but I just haven't found one yet that I just love so much. I've decided I'm going to buy this coffee for the rest of my life. So throw some suggestions my way, but just haven't found anything magical yet. See, these are scripts. I don't even think I need this. I honestly think I can probably just like get rid of this. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to skip this for now. I have no idea if this is needed for scripts, because adding to path is handled by install script, which is something module doesn't have. So I get why that might be required for modules, but by default, when you install a script, it adds that script to the path. So I think that's a feature that I just don't need. So moving on, we were stuck on that for a good minute. Script comes with a version. Just change all occurrences. Control F2. Cool. Okay, blah, 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 version. If version. Where does that come from? Oh, probably way up here. So if dependency version, if there isn't one, it goes to latest. So, okay. If version and I think I can keep this logic. Okay, cool. What the heck does this do? Import PSDepend module. Again, not something that's needed because it's a script. It's just loaded. So okay, this is all fine, I guess. Existing version equals install. Install script. Here we go, finally. This is not needed for scripts. Save script. And same thing. Okay. Let's try it. Okay, I'm going to No scripts. No installed scripts. I probably need to okay, I'm gonna test this in just a sec. What I'm gonna do is install dependency, blah blah blah. I need to create a new PSDepend requirements inside of WinFetch. Wow. What were some of those? I need another example. Grab a module. Oh, dependency type. Okay. Something like this, and then I would have up here. Oh crap, what did I call this? PSGallery script. So I don't need that because I'm telling it it's a that. Okay. Okay. All right. Sure. First, I need to okay. Okay, this should be the one that I worked on. Now I can run the install and see what breaks. Please install the script. This would be friggin' awesome. Awesome! That is cool. That's cool. The next thing to test is if I can depend on another script, for example. How would I do that? I think this would need to be like version is latest. What was the example? Depends on. Test 2. Can these be out of order? So this has a dependency that comes after the fact. So it shouldn't, but it should install this first if all this logic is magical. So I need to uninstall script. Cool. This is saved. Install. Added a feature. Pretty cool. All right, I don't need this. Okay, I need to figure out what I need to do. Is there, I don't see a change log or anything, man. Get out of here. Gross. Maybe these run in a special professional environment. Okay, I'm just trying to think what I need to do. To PR this in a way that could easily be acceptable to these guys maintaining this. Okay, all right. I don't see much documentation. On the examples. I mean, I did add this to the map, so it's here. I've really only changed these 2 files? Made a new file, added it to the map. Cool. Oops. Okay, once that's pushed up, right, it looks like these are compare across forks. Yep. Let me see, do they have any notes on how to do pull requests or what branch or something? Extending. Okay. Comment-based help. So our example would be to create nothing, add it to the map. Let's go just look at the documentation real quick before I commit that up, because I did totally just copy module, so. Because all the rest of this is still accurate. Oh, I'm gonna have to add some examples. Okay. Let me do find. Let's just pull a bunch. Stop. Lots of scripts out here. Okay. That's one script. Get remote program. And one more example. One dot 1.0. You know what? I actually am going to have to test these examples. So okay, I assume this is correct, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and test this. There is no publisher's check. Okay, so there is a repository. This would work the same. No path. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 examples to test. Okay, I need to code. Let's open up another one, and I can swap back and forth. Maybe that should be my example. Now, I'm in WinFetch playing with this because it's a simple requirements, but I'm really just testing that this functionality works. Oh, this is a new VS Code, so I need to... Yeah. Okay. Oh, did I not save? There we go. Let's uninstall them all. Go back to the example. I want it to install this inside of that folder. No parameter can be found that matches. I think this has to do with... Okay, what was here before? Params.remove. Oops. There. Let's try that again. It should make a folder here, I guess, called test, and then save the script inside. That's cool. All right, get. Okay, so I'm thinking which is bad. My thought is if no path update is true, what I just did is okay. But if I want to specify another path to install this, I still want that command registered, right? Because if we go to the last example, get rid of these. If we just install, we install it, and we get this command saved. The source is that path. So if we install this somewhere else, oh wait, this is going to be, what was our example? Target test right here. Yeah, you would have to specifically provide this. And this is, well, what just happened was we installed the script inside of ctest, and the command was not available to us. So in my brain, this syntax is what just happened. We installed the script somewhere and it wasn't available. But what do we have to do now to just run this, which defaults to adding it to our path, and we have to then, I guess, somehow register the command. Get installed script. Maybe it's just something you deal with, because I guess it's the same thing as installing a module. Well, no, hang on. Isn't there a yeah, there's default module paths, and that's what adding it to your module path is. If you install a module somewhere else that's not in the auto load list, you can add your folder to the auto load list or auto detect, whatever. Where's that list? I thought it was like PS module path or something. Something like this, yeah. World. So, yeah, okay. It should be here. PS module path, okay. So, but there is no script path. PowerShell. Auto load script. That's not it. Okay, these are all automagic. PS commandlet, PS home. I don't think it's going to be in here because it's an environment thing. Yeah, it's not going to be here. It's almost like they need a default PS script path. How is it auto loading my scripts? Yeah. Can't do that here. Okay. Let's just look through each of these quick. Blah, blah, blah. OneDrive. Module paths. Somewhere it's automatically loading this. This is the script I installed, so. Look at all this amazing help info. It's so great. Okay, sweet. Parameters, I want to see what no path update does. Doesn't tell me. This is probably way too small. Sorry. Okay, installs a script. Description. Acquires a script payload from a repo. Copies a script to a specified installation location. Great. This is PS repository stuff. When operating against multiple repos, install script. Installs the first script that matches. Yep, that's all normal. Find a script and install it. Install script. The second command finds scope all users. The first command installs the script. I need to know what is so magical about the PowerShell scripts folder. Because apparently this stuff gets auto-loaded if it's in scripts. And it's got sorry, my brain just stopped. Installed script infos. So because this is a functionality that doesn't exist for modules. I mean, they've got installed info XML, but no, they are the same. I guess what I don't know is how these are being loaded. I wonder if we could simply, here, let me try something. So let's copy that to test. Let's get rid of this. Paste this here. Git. What am I trying to do? Oh, copy path. Something like this, just some dot source reference. I wonder okay, we still have get current user installed. Let me just crack open a new PowerShell. Still there. Okay. I need to do that same thing for a command that I know that this fetch here has takes parameters. And I don't think dot sourcing is going to pass those parameters through. That's what I'm saying. So now that that's there, sweet. Yeah, it's not loading parameters. It's almost like it needs to be a symlink or something. Yeah, how do you do that? Yeah, okay. I don't like messing with symlinks because then they're kind of gross to get rid of. Okay, so I will get rid of this. The target is C test that. The path is going to be okay, new symlink. Ha! That works. So I think what, to make this behave correctly, when we're installing scripts with PSDepend, is I am going to create a symlink apparently in this PowerShell scripts folder that gets auto-loaded, but no way to look into that like you can for modules. If you could for modules, I would just add, C test, which is where I'm putting the script, to in some, what was it? It was PS module path. That's PowerShell uses paths in there to auto detect modules that are installed. If PowerShell added some PS script path that you could add paths to, because that doesn't work, when I put the file in ctest, the script is no longer just available to you, which is the default behavior of install script, is it puts it somewhere, but you can just call the name of the script on demand. The way around that is apparently create a symlink to where it's installed. So I wonder if I uninstall. Wait. Because my thought is to take care of cleaning up the symlink, but that's not how it works for modules. If I install a module in a fancy place, uninstall module isn't going to take care of it. Uninstall module only knows what to do when it's in one of those places, right? Is that correct? Because installed modules have their own XML that comes with them, I think. So PowerShell knows where it came from, blah, 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 I think. And it does that for scripts as well. But if I start putting scripts in weird paths, it's sort of up to you to figure it out. The problem is you can't even uninstall a module if it's in a weird spot. The uninstall module command won't even work. But let's say I get rid of this file here. I delete the script, don't want it anymore. This was installed with PSDepend, let's say. So I'm just going to rename that. So that file no longer exists there with that name. I can still call this because it's got the XML in the scripts folder and the symlink is still there. But it's going to freak out because that symlink, well, does it break the symlink? I thought I'd get a different error. Oops. Yeah. So I'm getting a weird error because the file that the symlink is pointing to isn't live, but the symlink itself is still a thing. So yeah, that would get rid of the symlink. Gone. But unless I manually did this, if we install it this way with a symlink, with PSDepend, you put it somewhere else. Hang on. Yeah, you can't specify. You can't specify a path with install script. Well, you can't with module either, but PSDepend lets you. Yeah. I guess we just ignore it. If you install a script somewhere else, it's going to be on you to figure out how to import that script, put it in your profile or something. And that's exactly how it would work for modules. If you installed a module with PSDepend and put it somewhere, you would have to then add it to your profile to import that or something, or add it to your path. But then you see, you could, that's the thing, is you'd still have to add it to your module auto load path and it would still work. But I guess even then you would have to add that to your path. Like in your profile, you would have to add a new path to your module auto load path. So I guess it's the same thing. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm gonna leave this alone. Okay, I just needed to talk and think through it. So uninstall script. Get rid of that. All right, hang on. Let's pause real quick. Sorry, folks. Hang on. Please and thank you. All right, cool. All right, where was I? So what we need to do now is Oh, well, let me test installing the script. With no path update. It's still... What does that do? Unless I just need to reload. Let's try that. Yeah, it's still... I don't know what that does then. What does that flag no path update do? I don't know. I won't worry about it. But you can still provide it to PSDepend. So in this example, well, let's do this. Version equals latest, and oh, no. It's got to be under parameters. This is going to be no path update equals true. Let's try that. Oh, I didn't close this. Whoops. It's just going to pass that right along to install script. But I don't know what it does. So if it does something, at least we're saving that functionality. But when this is all done, I should still be able to call get current user. I mean, I just tested that. Installing the script with that flag, reloading PowerShell, and I still have the command available. So I don't know what it does, but at least we preserve it, that it's a flag that you can set. Okay, back to documentation. I just want to make sure that these examples actually work. This works, but then you don't get the auto load of that script. This would work if you've installed the script in a local repo. I'm not going to test that because I don't want to set that up. The only reason you'd specify this is if it's true. Okay. That's that. Docs are in place. Just checking some of the comments in here. Yep. Okay, this is apparently deprecated, but since this is a new feature, I don't need old stuff. Defaults to install. Okay. Okay, my next question then is still the same. What repo do I merge to? Let me look at all these other pull requests and see where they're trying to merge to. Merge into master. Merge to master. Master, okay. Okay, so I've got the map added for this and the whole script and correct examples. That I've tested, except for the private repository. Okay. What's this called? This is this PR adds wait. Dependency type. PSDepend. Cool. New PR. Yay. I'm contributing to open source. How fun. All right. So, this will run some tests. That's cool. So if this gets published in a new version, basically all that was because I want to use PSDepend for the WinFetch script. Instead of just doing this. So cool. All that work just to do this. And then we'd have to call the script, but it's still cool. Still a cool feature. So Wow, what time is it? 11:25. Cool. How's everybody doing? If you're following along, I appreciate it. I'm just a doofus trying to make it in this big bad world. For now, I have to leave this. Pending. $34? Yep. Okay, cool. There's that. I don't know. There's a message. Yeah, cool. Okay. Whoops. All right. What now? That's all saved. That's all saved. I might take a little break. I think I need a coffee refill and just to stand up a bit. So I'm just gonna BRB on the stream, try to figure out what to work on this afternoon. Yeah, so give me like 15 minutes or so. I'll put a timer on the start stream. This just creates a countdown. Let's say I put this to 20 minutes. This creates a countdown. And if I switch to my starting stream or be right back scenes, you'll see the timer. Let me test that real quick. Yeah, so this is a way for me to be right back and say how long it's going to take. So, and I can see this in PowerShell, but this also is what's controlling the timer on the stream. So I'm going to BRB, give myself 20 minutes. I'll be back. And yeah, we'll keep doing some PowerShell. So if you have any suggestions on something you want to see, add it to a profile. I think I might switch gears and go work on the PSIISHelper module next, but I haven't decided that yet. So if you got some suggestions, throw them in the chat. I'll read them when I get back. So, all right, I will be right back. See you soon, folks. There we go. Hi. Thanks for that. So I was just saying, one thing I want to work on real quick is my stream timer. Something that I've noticed is when it gets down to about 0, it hits 1 second, it hits 0 seconds, and then it will hit -0 seconds, and then it will go blank. I want it to not do the -0. But also another feature I want to add is once it hits 0, if I want it, instead of just going to nothing, I want it to just show up some text like starting soon or something instead of just nothing, right? So let's take care of that real quick. Where does that live? Stream? Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be something. I haven't looked at this script in quite a while, honestly, so I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, while it's greater than. Let's add a parameter for completion text. And then I want to say there we go. Let's save that. Oh, it will. It will do. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna change to one of my scenes so we can all see what it's doing. Okay. I didn't even include. But you saw it go to like -0, and it skips a second sometimes. That's too long. Let's just leave it short. Well, that didn't work. Oh, it's because I remove. So in my brain, it shouldn't be skipping seconds at all. So I have a when the countdown starts. So I either pick a time. So I say I want this to start at 12 p.m. or tell it 23 minutes, 23 and a half minutes, whatever. If I tell it a specific start time, destination time, if I give this to it in a certain date format, wait, where does now happen? Yeah, okay, so let me just do this. Now equals get date. And I can say, let me just do destination time. If I tell it noon, so 12:00, what is this, PM? This text. Then I can make a comparison. Is 12 p.m. greater than now? And the way it works with time is the more future date is bigger than the date in the past. So this is greater because it's more in the future. Now if I said now add 1 day, so now I'm asking if it's noon today is greater than tomorrow at 11:50. That's not true. It should not come back true. Saturday. Does it need to be in quotes? Strange. This is supposed to come back false. Nah, it doesn't make sense to me. Either way, that's how I'm doing my comparison here. Is, 12 greater than now, which apparently this sucks. So whatever. I'll look at that later, but maybe that's it. So while that's true, do all this and just keep going until destination is not greater than now. Oh, you know what? Because it's just taking 12 p.m. on that compared to that day. Because I'm not giving this a date. So if I said, hang on, this is correct. If I convert that to a date, and maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah. Let's try that. That converts it to a date of noon today. So now destination time will not be greater than noon tomorrow, now that they're both full date objects. Okay, so maybe this takes care of that. You know what? Now that that's there, I do want to test this quick. Well, this completion text won't work, but let's try this timer one more time. Hey, didn't do it. That's cool. Let's try one more time. Okay. Yeah, I was not actually converting destination time to a date object. So now this is a full date object compared to a full date object. That takes care of that. Done. Easy peasy. The next thing to figure out is okay, so the skipping, that's what I don't understand. Is so technically, so I'm sleeping after so this is a date object for noon, for example. Now is the last time that now ran. So, for example, now runs right here, does a calculation, and then poof, we compare to now. As soon as that happens, maybe this should be at the... well, as soon as that happens, I recalculate now, then calculate the remaining amount of time between now and destination time. I write a progress bar to PowerShell so that I can see the time without having to look at Streamlabs, for example. And then I write that time string, the total seconds, to a file. And Streamlabs is constantly watching the file, and whatever text is in the file, that's the text that shows up. So once I do that calculation and then write to the file, I'm waiting 1/10 of a second. In my brain, this should never skip a second because I'm checking 10 times a second. In my brain, if a second is skipped, that means this loop went an entire second without actually running. Which doesn't make sense to me. I'm doing this every 10 milliseconds or 100 milliseconds. So I don't know. Maybe it's running too fast. We can change that to 200, but yeah, let's watch it. I mean, I will test this on my own. I don't want to have you guys stare at the countdown. But what I need to do is, if I start so at the beginning of the script, it creates the file. Ooh, you're getting yelled at. What is Streamlabs doing? I need to shut that off. This Streamlabs bot isn't working. I don't know anything about bots or chat bots or whatever. So anyway, because my scenes are configured to whatever text is in that file to display it, it's best for the file to not exist at all times unless I want it to display. So the file is created at the beginning of the script, my countdown.txt. I create that file. So here's that path. And so that's how I'm writing to that path all the time. And then as soon as the script is over, it deletes the file entirely. So if I want text to show up, I would have to not delete the file at the end. And if I don't delete the file at the end, the next time I load that scene, it's going to have starting soon ... in it. I don't want to have to mentally worry about, oh, I got to run my script first. Otherwise, it'll have the text up. So yeah. Unless I gave this 10 seconds. Just so it changes to something else. Well, let's do 2 seconds so we can actually test this. All right, let's try this. Did you see it? Put this back to 100. And here we go. Well, it didn't do it that time, but it just depends on, I don't know, if this checks at the right time, I might get that negative. I don't know. I don't know. I want now equals get date. Now to equals get date. Oh, that's stupid. Now. Yeah. So I created 2 date objects. Now and now 2. Or I should call it destination time. So that's what I return all the time. One second. If the first character is not equal to oh wait, I just want to do equal to. Then I want to just break. Yeah. I'm going to run this a few times in a row. 0.02. That'll give me 1 second. So I'm going to run this 10 times. And for each time, run this. Let's try it. Well, it's happening too fast. Okay. .08. Oh, it's only running 1 time. Oh, 2 dots here. There. Here we go. Cool. Never seeing a -0 means this is working. So if I run this, you see it creates this text file, and it's just constantly rewriting to this file every 1/10 of a second. So I think we fixed that. And oh, let's add one more thing here. Int completion text duration. Let's default that to like 5. Completion text. Okay. Displays it for my custom amount of time. Still deletes the file, so we're good. I think that's what I want. Is there another way to allow text to stay up until you remove the scene? No, because the scene switching happens inside of Streamlabs. There's no way for PowerShell to know nothing else is reading the file, delete it. There's nothing like that. So, good question, but I just don't think that's possible, and I don't think it's necessary. I can, even if I set this to 500 seconds, just to make sure it doesn't go away, eventually, if I end the script or the duration times out, I know that file will not exist for the next time that I start the scene. So I don't care at that point. My worry is I just go live, hit stream, and some message that I had in the past would still be there because I didn't delete the file. So I want my script to handle that and not Streamlabs or something. I don't know. Good question, but I'm not gonna mess with it. Cool. Okay. What now? Oh, PSIISHelper, I think, was the next one. Unless there's some other idea. Let me look at... Where am I going? Here we go. Just check on this quick. There's no way. Yep, merge that into master. The only thing, so I was thinking about this on my break. PSDepend, not PSDepend. Install script. Oh, no. Find script. So find script has this include dependencies. So fetch test one. Jeez, took a long time. So apparently there are no dependencies listed for this script, but let's say I want a new script and it depends on this one. I list that. Currently install script doesn't care. It installs the one that you pick. But it would be nice for PSDepend to detect those dependencies in the script files themselves and install everything if you tell it to. So I kind of want to go back and work on this a little bit. Oh, that was the only VS Code I had open. All right. Does that make sense? So, I don't really have an example. I don't know of an example, but I know that find script. All right. Let's see if No, this has 2 versions. Wait. All right, none of these have dependencies. Fine. Script. This is awful. Whoops. Well, that didn't work either. I'd have to find one, but pretend that I ran this command and it brought up these 2 dependencies. That this depends on this script also being available on the same system. You'd think you'd put this in a module, but unless you're depending on someone else's script and you don't have control over that. I think that this script dependency feature should probably account for not the dependencies listed in the requirements PSDepend file, but dependencies listed in the scripts themselves. Oh, this needs to be updated. That should push to the pull request. There we go. Cool. Finding script params. Yeah, so that's up here. I need to add dependencies. And then I need to add that to my default params. No, that only goes on the find module or find script. So I would just need to add it here. If I guess I'll write it the same way. There we go. Wait, this might not be right because this is just to grab one to check the version. This won't work. Find script has a bunch. Name, min, max, required, include dependencies. So this is find. Filter includes meh. Okay, find has a bunch of extra stuff. I want to say. No, not params. I just want to change the command I run. Find module script. But I need to see at this point what's all inside params, because it's got to match what's down here. So, params. We've got our defaults. No path update, so we're already broken. We would just have to specify params.name. Okay, I'd remove no update. We can keep pre-release, right? We can keep that one. We can we'd have to remove accept license. I feel like we'd have to rebuild new parameters. Okay, so I can't splat with the parameters that are here. What's the... Oh, really? Nope. On Windows, Alt. Yeah, that doesn't work for me. For next. Yeah, that's broken for me. That doesn't work. So, GitHub Copilot is suggesting this to type for me. I don't want that. I want something else. Unless it's this one. Yeah. I don't want that suggestion. I guess I'll take it and delete it later. Version. I can take version. Yeah, see, I'm going to have to build another, like, thing like this. Because find script and install script take different parameters. Oh, well. Where did all my suggestions just go? This is wrong. I don't need this here. But I can add to this later. So this is just finding one version. But I've already got something. So if include dependencies. Then we add include dependencies. What else do we add up here? Credential, pre-release. Oh, we don't need this. Good thing I'm coming back and looking at this. I don't think this is complete yet. This PR. We don't need to import, so. So what I'm trying to come up with is what code's already defined and what can I reuse and just add on later. Find script params already has name, repo, credential if it's there, allow pre-release if it's there. Maximum, minimum, required version. That's what they use. Okay, so down here. That's what I want. And then I'm going to say yeah, because I'm going to have to then install I think I would take everything from params, credential, required version, repo, all of these except name. That comes down the pipeline. No, I can't take any of these. I can't take, well, I just couldn't take version or name. So, let's change this music a little bit. Yeah. All right. I'm going to clone. Okay. I want to just make a clone and then edit the clone. And then I need it to remove name, and I need to remove cannot remember required version. Everything else is good if it's provided. Credential, repo, accept, allow pre-release, no path update, BOS, everything except name and version. Okay. So, with all this built, this line would include dependencies, and this would just be normal. Now, to test this, I've got to find a script that includes dependencies. You know what? Let me just find script. Oh. For each script I find, so find script star, it's going to just give me all of them one at a time. I have to run find script again inside against the script I just found. All right, is that name? Name. If scripts.count is greater than 1, I just want to return the name. Yep. I feel like this is going to take a while, but any result that comes back from this should be a script that has dependencies. And then I can test. Crap. Name. Got my PowerShell cup, so hopefully that helps. I don't know what this error is. Well, I haven't gotten any results back. That's fun. Maybe none have dependencies, but at least it's built in. Don't know. I don't really know what this means. Does it really, is it? Hang on. Okay. Maybe this needs to be like, I don't know, wrapped in quotes or something. Name is null. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand why I'm getting these errors. I'm plugging in the name. as is. This is my longest stream ever, I think. Pretty cool. No errors yet. I had to say it. I just need to test if this works. Well, I'm not really sure what to do at this point. I don't even know how to test this. But let's look at some of this baloney. Oh, okay, there is no pre-release. I thought I got rid of that. Oh, never mind. I guess it's there. Hey, Noel, welcome back. When I got back from my break, I was working on my stream countdown thing, which I think is fixed, and I added a feature. And now I'm back on this PSDepend thing because I realized I think I've left out some stuff. So I have yet to find an example of this, but technically it's possible. When you publish a script, apparently you can list other scripts that it depends on. And so on find script, you can include this include dependencies flag. And if you do, if this has dependencies, let's say it needs 3 other scripts, you'll get all 4 in a list. It will show you all of them. Well, I want PSDepend to be able to handle installing 4 scripts if your one has dependencies. I probably want that by default. But hello there, IPS. I have no idea how to say Kazips. Is that how you say that? That's interesting. Like I said, I have yet to find an example of a script that has dependencies, but that's the whole point of PSDepend, is to get all your dependencies. So I want PSDepend to handle that by default. If you, in your requirements, if you specify a script, it's going to go ahead and grab all of its dependencies, which are handled outside of PSDepend, but I want PSDepend to be able to check for those. Unless you specify this to false, unless you manually opt out. That's how I think of it. I want just the script for, I don't know, compliance reasons or whatever. You want just the one script? Don't give me nothing else. Unless you guys think it should be otherwise. What do you think? Installing more. Sometimes keeping dependencies by default is kind of, it could be bad. Because if you don't know what those dependencies are, I could just publish a script that depends on a bunch of malicious baloney. And if you're not paying attention, you install my script and you've got all my baloney on there. I know PowerShell like filters out these and stuff, but or it scans things. But still, it could happen. So do we want to find dependencies by default? Maybe I'll leave this out for now. But either way, I want that to be a feature that's available. So the way I'm handling that is... yeah, bologna, yeah. Depends on the quality of sandwich that you prefer. So, named required. So, if you include dependencies, then I add to some splatting. That's what this is called when you map parameters like this. So first you find script. So I'm looking for, this fetch test 1. But if it had 3 dependencies, this would come back with a list of all 4, and then I want to install all 4. But to splat over here, I've got to remove some stuff. So I can't give it a specific name. I'm depending on the names that come from this function. And I can't give it a required version over here because I'm depending on the versions that come over here. So a little bit of fluff has to happen if we do this. Or we've already tested this. Just install the one script. No dependencies. Params is already built. This works. Install it. No problem. But we have to go through this extra stuff a little bit if we want to include dependencies. But I don't know how to test this because I can't find a script that has dependencies. I've tried running this, which I assumed would work. Give me all scripts, and for each one, find that script and include dependencies. And if that returns more than one, then that original script that I looked up has dependencies and it would return it. But I'm just getting back a bunch of garbage. I don't know, maybe I need to. All scripts equals find. I don't know, maybe something like this. There's a lot of scripts out there. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, typo. Thanks. You're just the grammar Nazi today. I appreciate it. I'm also curious. All right, 1400 scripts. Cool. Yeah. I don't understand this. This is all I get back. Look, there's the names of scripts. I should not be getting. This script doesn't exist. All right, hang on. Okay. Find. Oops. I just don't understand what's going on. So scripts, and it only returned one, which has no dependencies. It's just it. So if this is greater than one, I want to know what the name is, or you know, so that's what this should do. I don't know why it gives me these errors. Let me do this. Oh, that's not from me. That's just from it. I can deal with that. Okay. Get rid of that. Cool, cool. Do I still have this command? Darn. I used to have a command that would like talk. I'm just gonna run this and let this run in the background over here. when it's done, I'll have dependencies in here, but this could take like a half hour to run. So let's just put it to the side for now. So there's not really more for me to do with this because I can't test. That this finds dependencies because I don't know which ones have dependencies. Nothing. I got nothing back. No scripts include dependencies. I can't even test that this works. So, unless I publish my own script, but okay, scripts. Dependencies. This module has no dependencies. But if you upload a package or script or module to the PowerShell gallery, it lives there forever. You can't ever delete something on the PowerShell gallery. Is the Chick-fil-A project dead? Yeah, so I was able to actually get in contact with a developer at Chick-fil-A headquarters. And they don't have any public APIs that let me do what I want. So I just want to write some PowerShell commands to order food. If there's like Domino's, usually like for a lot of projects, I've seen like Python libraries, Terraform modules that let you order Domino's pizza as just a lab exercise of getting Ansible to work. Like you can order Domino's pizza with Ansible and all these things. That seems to be the de facto restaurant API that you can just hit. And if you give it, the right credit card information and the right, order structure, API call, you can order Domino's. But I would love to do that for some other restaurants, but they don't. I guess they don't allow it. So let me see. Nope, that's not what I want. This is a huge rabbit hole, by the way. Node.js. I don't think this is the right thing. Jeepers. Yeah, see, I want to be able to write this with PowerShell. They're going to have these little wrappers and things. Well, Python. Library. Yeah, see, this is Node. I guess I could see what the calls are. See, here's the, will this show me? Yeah. Take me there. Blah, blah, blah. Place. Oh. You got me, man. You are welcome. Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to find some examples of what the calls actually look like. Okay, so here's all the values that the API takes. So order ID, customer ID. I'm looking for like a restaurant ID. Some way to tell it what restaurant you're sending it to. Store ID. Yeah, so this is kind of what I want. What are all the values? I can create my own like PowerShell classes out of this. I've tried to do that with Chipotle and Chick-fil-A. Some PowerShell commands to order those. But it just doesn't seem like, well, they don't have the APIs for it. Not publicly anyway. So maybe Domino's, maybe a future project. It would just be fun. It would just be a fun thing to do. Learn more about APIs, you know, string formatting and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, get me the heck out of here. Back to this. None of these have dependencies. I'm going to just push this up as if it works because it's simple enough. It looks like it works. Get spicy would be an amazing function. Well, you'd probably just add a spicy flag to whatever it is you're ordering, and it would add that. But anyway, just talking out loud. Wasting all this time because of you, man. PSGallery script. Get sandwich. Oh, this is my VS Code crap. I don't care about that. Okay, timeout. How does target work? Oh, I deleted import up there. I need to delete it here. That was something earlier. I forgot. Yes, test. Who cares? It's gonna take forever anyway. I kind of like need proof that I can hit the API how I want before I start a whole new project. I mean, for both Chick-fil-A and Chipotle, I built out like the whole scaffolding, all the pipelines, tests, ready to go. And then, oh, it's dead. You know, I can't do it. So I guess I need to commit or archive this repo. Archives. Oh, I can unarchive it whenever I want. Okay. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I just I forgot about this. Yeah, that's sad though. It would have just been fun, but where's my other one? PS Chipotle. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Well, we can't really do anything with this PR until I hear from the folks. So I could probably get out of this. All right, so unless there's any objections, let's work on PSIISHelper. I suppose. So, all right. Where were we at last time? I finished the port. Oh, I got to... Well, no, this is great. So I didn't want all that stuff running for reasons when I'm not working on it. So I stopped every site and I stopped every app pool. So I think we can work on these restart commands, because at the end of a restart, whether it was stopped or started, it will be started after this command is done. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to do the same stuff. Script block. Not you. Good opportunity for a private function. Okay. I guess I would give this a... I want to simplify the logic in my functions. Oh, yeah. I would have to Google how I made it, but I made the template myself, and I need to add some things to it. So this might be a good time to do that. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at this quick. This is great. VS Code custom snippet. So where do I? It's in user snippets, but where does that get saved? Create your own snippets. Code user snippets. So where is configure user snippets? Okay. So how I'm getting here is Control Shift P. That stands for palette, the command palette. Here you can type whatever you want. So Control Shift P. Or I think if you go to I don't know what it is, man. Control Shift P. Here it is. View command palette. That will open up this also. Snippets. And I'm just going to go to existing snippets. There's a bunch of built-in stuff, but these are all custom ones and I only have one. So new function file. I just give it a name. This is only in the, when I'm editing a PowerShell file. I'm not going to get this snippet if I'm doing Python stuff, for example. The prefix, this is what I have to type for it to detect that snippet. Quick description. And then each line, it's a JSON array. So each line is in quotes. And so if I need blank lines, oh gosh, where am I going? I don't need this file. Is local. So like this blank line, I have to literally just quote, quote, comma. What I want to add here is like a sponsor link because I'm cool. Like that. So this is the guts of it, right? So I've got my basic. This is how I write a function every time. Commandlet binding, parameter block, begin, process, end, and then inside of process I have a generic try catch, and the throw is, so I have a throw in here as well, and then an end region. Notice these $1. You can have some other stuff. So what $1 is as soon as that snippet is created, as I start typing, whatever I type, fill that in for $1. Let's say that I have a parameter. Let's get rid of that. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, $2. And then I would need my last quote, comma. Let me save that snippet. Set my language to PowerShell. And then new function. Okay, perfect. So all those $1s, you see it put my cursor there. In my case, $1 is the name of the function, which I put, I'm pointing at my screen, which I put at the function, and then I do my start and end regions. So some function. Here, I also put $2. So I'm done with my first text. If I hit tab, enter, No, what is it? It's supposed to take me to the next one. I thought. Well, that didn't work. That's supposed to work. Oh well. But it's supposed to, like, if I always have a parameter that I want, it would type there. If I hit tab, it goes to the next thing. Tab, it goes to the next thing. That didn't work for some reason, but yeah, so user snippets. Whoops. When I make a function, I always have at least this stuff. A big old region, and then this structure of function. So, and it helps me stay consistent as I develop. You know, all these functions have that bare minimum. Region, synopsis, description, notes, param block, begin, process, end. Where's my try catch? Oh, I guess I took it out of this one. It doesn't fit everything, but it gives me a good scaffolding, so I'm not just starting from scratch. So, Control-Shift-P, snippets, and make your own. So you'll just have to Google this format. I could make another one if I wanted. That ends here. Like if you have certain loops that you create all the time, or something like that, you could write a little snippet for it yourself instead of relying on the baked in stuff. So what I was going to do was create this function isLocal, and given a computer name, I want it to tell me if it means local or not. Like I said, in commands like this, where I have the, you know, if equals, if it equals this, then run the script block. If not, invoke the script block. But there's other cases of someone meaning to run it locally. A period, the word localhost. So I just want to have, instead of having all that logic there all the time, I'll just say, is this local or not? Basically, and sort of hide a lot of that extra stuff. Yeah, here we go. And just hide a lot of that extra stuff behind the scenes in a private function. So this is not something a user would be able to type if they're using this module, but my commands will be able to reference this. So for example, instead of typing this, I would just say, if that is local, then it would run the script block locally, like that. Else invoke blah blah blah. So yeah, okay, I need to write that logic now. What can anyone think of values for local other than obviously the exact name of the computer, period, localhost? Is there any other word besides those that sort of imply this computer? I can't think of any, but if you guys can think of some, that'd be great. If you think of more. Local values. See, this is a snippet that I don't know. Where it comes from. That's an interesting way of structuring that. I like that. I want this to, maybe just this. That did not work. Yeah. Well, I'm just glad I'm not working. So, I appreciate you, sir. All right. I'm not good. Well, this is technically faster, but this is so short. I don't care. Let's go. Oh, I don't need a loop. Local values contains. True. False. There we go. So, is local true? Is local host false? Is local period true? True, 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 false. So all I've got to do is add more options to this if they come up of some name that might be in a list of, you know, I'm running these IIS commands against a list of 200 computers. For some reason, maybe getting that list had host. Is host something? Well, that's a default thing in PowerShell, but that's what I mean. Other values that might mean local besides a period, local host. I'm going to wrap these in single quotes. And I'll get rid of those. Okay, is local. So now on these, instead of this, I would just say like that. Much easier to read, and it actually is testing much, much more. So I like this. Let's go and update this. This is one we'll have to fix. Fixed that. This don't exist yet. This one we'll have to fix. And we'll get to this later. Okay, we were doing the restart the app pools. Because if I do get oh, I've got to run this from PowerShell. Duh. I forgot. Okay. Oh, okay. So I created, is local doesn't exist in this module. I created the private folder, but the module file itself is only looping through the public folder. I turned all this off so I wouldn't break anything. So now it will loop through the private folder and load these functions. I also want to turn this on for my tests. Yeah. So I've got tests for my private functions also. Did I tag these? Let me tag, tagged as private. So tag filter, public, gross. Okay, 81 tests total. No tag filter will run everything. So there's 96 total. So it definitely ran some more tests. A lot of tests, but let me just run the private ones. So my private function should import successfully when the module imports. It should register. It has begin and end regions. It's an advanced function, valid PowerShell. So all these basic tests. I don't need like the in-depth documentation on private functions because a human cannot type get help on is local. I might force myself to give examples because if someone else is going to be maintaining this in the future, just documentation on all the things would be great. So I might force myself to do that anyway, which would basically just be, jeez, saved, holy cow. Which would basically just be a clone of all of these tests down here. Anyway, we're not doing pester right now. Let's finish this. So let me re-import. State. There. So by default, it only shows me started pools. But I want any state, and you can see here all of these are stopped. So if we... Okay, hang on. Does this need any parameters? Restart. Yeah, so I'm going to need to give it... Well, for now, I'll just say pool. This is so much more disgusting than just having ternary. That still blows my mind. Okay, so it will always be pool. Well, let me just delete all this. Pool. Script block. Script block. Argument list. Pool. Save. Re-import. And I should be able to... I want to get the pools. And I should be able to pipe them all in. What the crap? Oh. It's got to be written like this. server, computer name, PS computer name, site name, app. Okay, so that is the same. This is so gross. Server. Sites, I think is what it was. That is so bad. Okay, that was just the sites, so it would be pool name. So again, quick refresher. So all of this up here is to handle mapping values that come from the pipeline, just like this. So I don't have to say anything to restart app pool. So if it's an object coming in, if it's got a server value, a computer name value, or a PS computer name value, depending on which one, throw that inside of computer name. Or same thing. If it's got an app pool or a name, I'm conforming that to name. If it's got sites, sites, or applications to sites. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just, if these names come down the pipe, I want to basically change their names to this, and then that's what I use in my new thing. Otherwise, I just use what's provided. Computer name, name, sites, and at the whether it's in the pipeline or I'm defining them like this. Down here, I've got an object called pool, and it will be pool.computername, pool.name, or pool.sites. No matter what information is coming down the pipe. So that's this crap. Okay, save. I'm gonna quit that. Now I could say yes here. So this is working. So recycle default app pool containing the site's default website on Sherlock. Yes. Wrap. Oh. I think this needs to be. I think it needs to be this. Yeah. So yes. Restart. Restart web app pool. You have to start stopped object before restarting it. Okay, I assumed that restart would restart. So it looks like I might need a start and a stop. Let's do that. Haha. Pretty cool. Okay. Basically, this is going to be a clone of this. Not this one. This one. I'm gonna take everything, actually. Cool. Really, the only difference is this command, which I believe is start. Get. Start web app pool. Oh, now that I've made a new function, I've got to add it to my manifest so it exports. What am I doing? Oh. Start. Yes. Yes to all. Poof. Now I can run get app pools. Started. Yeah. I shouldn't need to say state. Something's not right here. Default to started. Wait, what the heck is happening? All right, I'm confused. I thought this was working. This is the pool. This is wrong. I give it the state. This needs to be input object. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Site 3. Stopped. None are stopped. Started. That's working now. So start, I want to just copy and call this stop. Stop. Stopping pool. Stop. These commands are all the exact same. Oh. Same thing, I've got to add it here. All stopped. All started. Cool. All right, that's working. Now I can test the restart. So it'll ask me for each one. Just to be sure, like if these were live sites, you kind of would want to confirm that you're bucking everybody off. So that works. Oh, but the websites themselves are now down. but we haven't written that yet. All right, get the sites themselves. Well, this is a weird way to write it, but I'm still looping through computer name. Okay, sorry. Site is site. What doesn't that like? Oh, equals. There we go. If it is local this, else. Okay. Yep. It's going to yell at me because why? Computer name. Oh. Okay, that's it. That works. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to alphabetize these. All right, binding. Ooh. Oh. That's not what I want. Maybe I don't need that or that. Don't need that or that. All right, what am I missing? Get, app pool, worker process, binding, site. Oh, here. New. Binding, Nick, restart, pool, site. All right, that's 10, right? Okay. So these are the sites, not the pools. Site. Again, these look similar because they're the same name, which I guess usually they probably would be, but only one site is started because I did a restart on the site, but I should be able to get all sites. I'm gonna rename this to site, not website. Well, if I rename it from website to site, I should probably rename this stuff get app pool to just get pool. Anyone have an opinion on that? Start pool. Well, PSIIS pool, PSIIS site, PSIIS binding. I'm not saying web binding, I'm just saying binding. I should probably get rid of the app. Pool, site, pool. Okay. So if I change it there, I've got to change it in a bunch of spots. I've got to change the file names. And then I'm going to come inside and change any of these. one more. Okay, cool. What was I doing before that? Cannot validate argument. Okay, computer name. Site computer name. Oh. That means get isn't giving me... Oh, okay, this is obvious. This command is incomplete, so... Get pool... Stealing this. State. I don't need a lot of this. I think copying all this code is a bit overkill for this one, so I'm getting rid of a bunch of stuff. I don't need any of this. I just need... Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. I think I'm gonna need this. If name then it's is it name? Name. I'm thinking about how to filter on a name or started or the state. I mean, it's already got to be inside a where object anyway, so I guess I can just default it to that. Then I don't even need this. Name equals name or state is equal to state. This needs name and state. Get PSIIS site. Okay, defaults to started. Ugh. So this needs to be equal equal. So it doesn't like my wildcards. That shouldn't matter. All right, hang on. Let me look at something over here. I've done this before where you sort of dynamically create a where filter. And you can plug that in. Let me look for it. All right, I think I want this. It can be blank. And that should be blank too. Should it? They should probably all behave the same. So what does this say? Collections. This is cool. This is a cool little technique. All right. This is probably overkill, but so I'm going to dynamically create a string of where, like, of this literal text, depending on what's coming through. And then I will turn that string into a script block and plug it into where object. So I'm going to build my string in where list, and then I will turn that into a script block that I assign to where. And then eventually I will like just do this because that's a script block, which is what it wants. So I say if name. I don't want to get any output back. if state, add state to where list. So let me do this. Okay, so name is going to be false, which is what I want. But state equals, well, the text started. Great. Now I can build this. If name, so there's nothing for name, so where list did not actually add this. There was something for state, so now where list should have state like state. That's it. Just in case these both come through, I need to join them with and, right? So I'm going to say, whoa. Heck. No. This is where equals a script block. Create where list, and I'm going to join it with and, like that. So this join operator takes multiple strings and puts something in between them. So if I had list equals 1 to 10, list join with a comma. It shoves that in between them and creates a single thing, you know, opposite of split. So if I run this, there's nothing to join, so it doesn't actually add the and, but I still created a script block out of it. There, that's my script block. Oh, I actually need to add this text. How do I do that? Yeah. This all needs to be literal. So single quote for everything. Yeah. Like that. Because then this will get evaluated at runtime. So like this. So it, oh wait. So I'm literally putting in the text, $_ and the text for the variable name. And the reason for that is $_ won't actually be evaluated until it's plugged in here. Same with state. So those variables are evaluated at this part of this. So that's a way to say, if I provide a name, add it to where object. If I provide a state, add it to where object. Okay, so then now I'm trying to see. Oh, okay. Sorry if I'm making things confusing. I'm going to make this, and then I'm going to make a splat. The name key has no value. What? That's how that's supposed to work. Un momento. Just can't remember the syntax. Sorry. I'm getting boring. Name equals oh, it needs to be in okay. Why would it write doofus as the name? Weird. That's strange. So property is an array of hash tables. So I want to have name, state, oh, this won't work either because I've got to do it in the pipeline. That's stupid. Name, state, blah, blah, blah. Ugh, this is, wow, what a waste of time. Okay, this is probably very confusing. I only want to include where object when I have any results. Right now I default state to started, but I guess I could. Oh, it can't be null. It has to be one of those. So there will always be a where object with state, always. But just in case someone wants to filter on a name also, they have that option. That was stupid. This 100% of the time with this logic, this will be here like this. So let's re-import. Yeah. Very cool. Anyone have any opinions on defaulting to only showing a started state? The reason I ask is because if I change one, I change them both. Same with same with site and pool. Both of these right now, if I type get out pool, it by default shows me started. But should it just always show me all of them? Maybe. I just need to, if I change one, I just need to know that I need to change both. So let's try that. That will always show me sites, whether they're stopped or started. You can see a mixture. All pools, whether they're started or stopped. So maybe that's the way to go. Either way, it works. Wow, it's almost 2:30. That's crazy. Been live for almost 6 hours. Like I said, that's a record for me. All right. What now? Get IIS site works. Stop and start pools. No. Stop it. Yeah, stop and start pools. Restart pool. Now I need stop and start sites. IIS administration is newer than web administration, right? All right. Yeah, I think this is probably the newer one. Web administration goes farther back. Okay, cool. Maybe I should lean on the web administration commands. I don't know. Because the old stuff's not going to have that. The new stuff will. It'll come with both. I don't know. I mean, I'm already leaning on web administration, so might as well, I guess. The reason I want to keep all this garbage mumbo jumbo logic is these are usually going to be taking, darn it, taking in pipeline input from my other commands. So yeah, I'm going to have to update all this documentation eventually since I've been copying these, but yeah, maybe I should take this instead. Because then it will have the same logic here. Start site. Cool. But it's going to prompt you before you start each site. Safety first, right? So you can just A to yes to all. And then it's just going to show you. This is kind of like pass through on like new item, showing you the object. So if I do new item, test.xml, it shows me the item. Boy, doesn't that look the exact same. So new item basically creates it and then does a get child item on it. When you do it, it just returns the object back to you. So then you can do stuff with it or save it to a variable or whatever. It's better than not getting any output. So that's kind of what I've done here is start IIS site returns the sites that it started as objects. Then you can continue piping, whatever. So if I get state well, let me just do that. Oh, I don't have stop site yet. I probably want to just shut those up, don't I? Let's just shut all these up. Deleted one too many. Oh darn. Code PSIISHelper. The one that I test is the one I did not save. There. But once I stop them, I then want to get PSIS pool name. What? Get PSIIS. Oh. That's a typo here. Where were you, Noel? I had a typo. All right. Okay. That was weird. Stop pool here. Did I not save? Pool. There we go. But now on start, started. Start the pool, then get the pool. Start the site, then get the site. Stop the pool, get the pool. I could confirm false and it would just do it. So that's another trick. If you write a script around this stuff. The confirm is built in. Oh crap, I didn't mean to hit enter, or oh crap, I didn't mean to type in that pool. It shows you the information. So PowerShell shows you this is what will happen should I process this next block of code. And this is high. So I don't know, stopping a pool would take down a site. That's kind of like a, if this was in production, would this be a big deal or not that big of a deal? You can, the impact would be low, medium, or high. So I'm saying high. This is, if this is going to run, if this produces any results, if it gets here, it's going to show you some information and make you confirm. You can override that. Some commands, this is basically like including confirm like this, and it will do this for you. Like new item, maybe new item temp test1.xml confirm. It's asking you. This is not a critical bring down production task. I'm making a file. There's no file collision. It's telling me I'm going to create file on this destination. Are you sure? Yes, this is built into PowerShell. You can make that yourself if you give your command, let's support should process and give it a impact. I think the impact goes too low by default if you don't specify it. But yep, this commandlet supports should I process. Let's show the human what we're going to do. And then this is how you wrap that in a block. Should I process? You give it some values and it, overloads these to certain sentences and places. But if I confirm this, or if I hit yes or A to all, it knows I'm in a pipeline. I'm going to, it won't ask this again. PowerShell has all that logic built in. Or if you confirm and manually set that to false, it will not ask, even though it's a critical thing. If for some reason you're just comfortable, you want to just skip it, you put it in a script, your own script around these commands, you can shut it up, but it's just going to go ahead and do it. Then it won't prompt. So that's why that comes up every time. So anyway, all right, close saved. I think I might close down shop here soon. I've got lots of documentation to update. That's all boring and monotonous. So there's no reason for me to do that now. On stream, I mean. I just want to check, see if we got any response on this. Nope. Blah, blah, blah. We made snippets today. That was a cool question. Might do some PowerShell around dominoes in the future. Yeah. Let me just push everything up. YOLO commit. Again, this is not going to push an update or anything. Run our tests. A bunch will fail because I don't have my documentation in place. Yeah, so it's like, oh, you don't have an example on start site. You don't have this specific computer name parameter on that function. So it's very cool. This keeps me in line. The way it's set up is, unless I fix this, I cannot publish. That's how it's set up in GitHub. So pretty cool. I just have to come and fix this stuff. This is all kind of boring, but it tells me exactly what. I'm missing the port parameter on this function. Here's the path to that file. So kind of cool. Having tests is nice. Yep, testing my local stuff. Anyway, does anyone have any questions before I go? I don't think so. Whoops. I poured that too fast. Okay, well, on that note, I just spilled water everywhere. I'm going to take off. If you stuck around for a while, thanks. I appreciate it. I upload these streams when I'm done to YouTube's, so they're there forever. They're not around forever on Twitch, but that's why I upload them to YouTube, so I can keep them. Yeah, lots of chat today. That was great. I appreciate all of y'all. If you're not following me, follow. My Twitch bio has all these links. Let me come over here. Yeah, so I'm live right now, obviously. But down here in my bio, I've got links to my GitHub, and that's what I pull up all the time. I think I post to Twitter when I go live. Here's a link to my YouTube channel. Here's a link to our Discord community. Join that. We're awesome. Yeah, that's about it. Here's all my cool tech. That's this puppy right here. It's a thick boy. So, all right, thanks for tuning in. This was a long one, but yeah, I kind of got a lot done. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. If there's any questions you have or ideas for future streams, or you have a project you want me to help out with, let me know. I love ideas like that. So, yeah, thanks. And I will see you guys next time. Have a good one.